Right, we have an ad coming up, and then I will do intro. So now we're adding. And then I will do my intro. Hello, Laura. I'm just taking care of a thing. How are you doing? We have an ad right now. First and second. And you're banned. Can't redeem first and second. I wonder if there's a setting to make it so you can't. OBS tells me we're in an ad, so I'm just gonna wait. Hello, Angel. How are you doing? We're running an ad on Twitch, so you went back from Master 5 to Diamond 2, and then back to Master 4? What do you mean? You can't derank out a Master, or do you mean that over the season? Like, you were in Master 5, you ranked down because the season changed, and then you're back to Master 4. Because that's awesome. Love to hear ranking up. Alright, hi Lara. I have no idea what you've heard because OBS tells me there's an ad. Were you on different tiers? Or like over different seasons? Season change, gotcha. So I'm gonna be like, this is a false narrative. Because you can't rank down. Okay. Let's do the YouTube intro. And then just get straight into it. I need to think for 1 second. Where is it? Oh, I don't have it. Your wisdom made me a better duelist. I hope so. That is the goal of the dojo, is to help everyone however I can. No, we're not doing the big YouTube. All right, here we go. I need to get my throat ready, because I always I find I say all right and then go immediately into it, so it's like, all right, welcome, and then I need to cut that, and that's weird. So I need to be silent. Welcome, Master Duelists, to the Master Duel Dojo. There are some who call me Tim. Liking, commenting, subscribing, and watching for as long as possible is a great way to support me. Today on the docket is you should play Crystron, and then we're going to play some ladder games, but I'll cut that for later. But you should play Crystron, and let me get into it. All right, I'm hiding YouTube. All right. Crystron is a water machine archetype focused on synchro summoning with some options to synchro on your opponent's turn. Like, that's their main gimmick, but it's not the thing they're best at. They're like crystal mineral themed guys, and there's not really much to their lore. Like, they're like based off some Chinese zodiac things or something. I don't know. You can look into that. That's not why we play Crystron. I mean, if you play Crystron because you like that stuff, awesome. But they were dog water for a very, very long time, but Tristaros, Inclusion, and Alloskeletus changed how the deck plays on Master Duel, and it's not very popular in TCG because the Millennium cards are worse into time. Artifact Lancia is hard to beat. Droll can be hard to beat depending on the hand and the setup, and Crystron can actually play through Maxi decently well with Tristaros, Citri, and Cluster. So you have ways to set up interaction without special summoning. That is very good on Master Duel, and that type of thing is less important in the TCG because there's only Fuelos, Perulia, and the other one. All right. Crystron is an easy combo deck to play. It doesn't require a spreadsheet. It's easy to learn, easy to play, and very strong. What's the catch, though? It's kind of expensive, but I feel like this point is moot because every deck in Master Duel is expensive now. Crystron can play it through a whole bunch of disruption with a lot of grind game because of cards like Cluster, always putting your cards back, but your removal feels very limited because everything is targeted. So you have Baron, Doomed, SP, Cluster, Infinity. Those are your real removal cards. And so if you can't target your thing, you will have a hard time being able to remove it. Also, things like Imperm and Quarian Gandrax also target, so they're hard to get rid of. Typhon is just about the only non-targeting thing in here. So this is the list I've been using. It's one card off of Tasuku's first place WCQ list. I added a second Solfafnir because sometimes I need the 5th level 5, and that's the difference between a world champion and us regular Master Duel Andes. His perfect play can keep track of where his 5s are and not need them, and he can go through lines where he will summon it a different way, the last level 5, the 4th one, and then summon something like a Citri from the deck instead of the level 5 and reborn the level 5 and be able to go from there. But I need them, so the 5th level 5 is kind of like training wheels for me. So, Tristaros, Inclusion, Alloskeletus, and Quarian Gandrax are the only Crystron URs you need. Let me try that again. Tristaros, Inclusion, Alloskeletus, and Quarian Gandrax are the only Crystron URs you need. Dragster, Infinity, and Clockwork Knight are niche URs that you do need. If you're on like a super hyper budget, Clockwork Knight can be replaced with Almirage, because Clockwork Knight is mostly used to link away Smyger, but you have to normal summon the Smyger. There are times you summon the Smyger, and then you link it away to search, but that's not super common. You normal summon Smyger, so if you have Almirage and you don't want to craft the Clockwork Knight yet, you can play Almirage. It will do most of the same job. You can't use this Thistvern for it, though. You should already have Maxi, Ash, Magnamut, Nibiru, Called by, Crossout, Imperm, Baron, Typhon, SP. You should have all of those cards already. If you don't have those on your account, you need to heavily consider crafting them because they will be useful in every deck. Veiler and Ogre are replacement level non-engine. You can put in whatever you want. Foolish Burial has been good since 2003, which is older than some of you. If you don't have a Foolish Burial, craft it. The Millennium cards, if you're not familiar, somehow, if you've been living under a rock for however many months they've been out, is 3 Sengenjen. Right now it's 3 Golem. Today is June 30th as I'm recording this. On July 4th, Golem gets limited, so you just play 1 Golem. It's super rare, so that's not a problem. Doomed Dragon and the Zombie Vampire and a kind of Excel Stardust. These are the other like URs you need if you're playing the Millennium stuff. You can play Horus instead of Millennium, but Millennium does it better. And I'll get back to how Millennium does it better than Horus. Millennium doesn't go minus, and it gives an extra body, and Doom Dragon is just a crazy card. I love the Bestials in this deck. I think it is a great innovation. It hits very, very many things. It is bad in the mirror match, and it is bad against non-light dark decks like Mermail, but you can hit things out of most decks. Most decks are playing Fiendsmith, and you're able to eat Engraver or Requiem or Lacrima or one of the Fiendsmiths during their combo is relevant that you can eat most of the time. And there's a ton of Fiendsmiths. And in decks like this, you can hit things like Veiler, Crow, Ogre, so you can summon your Bestial still. Also, we have our own Crow, Veiler, Ogre that we can banish to summon our Bestial in a pinch. This deck is Crystron. So I'm going to go over the cards now. So we're going to start with Tristaros. Tristaros is one of the new cards. It is the main tuner of the deck. It's a level 2 tuner. And when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, special summon a Crystron from your deck, except Tristaros, then synchro summon a machine synchro using monsters you control, including that monster. This wording is very precise. So it is a quick effect, which means when your opponent activates something, Tristaros must chain to your opponent's effect. So if your opponent activates Max C, and you have Ash in your hand and Tristaros on the field, Crystron is definitely better than current day Tier. I would play Crystron over Tier every day of the week right now. Tier would need a lot of buffs, or like guaranteed hard luck. So Tristaros can be chained. So your opponent activates Max C. You can chain Tristaros, or you can chain Ash Blossom, because both are a quick effect that need to chain directly to your opponent's card. So if you Ash Blossom their Max C, you are not using Tristaros on that chain. And if you chain Tristaros, you are not ashing their Max C at all. So this comes up that you need to use a different response, and most of your interactions are like that. Tristaros, Dragster, Infinity, and Baron all need to chain directly to the thing. You can't just do their thing as you please, like Desiree, because Desiree doesn't have to chain directly to the card. Desiree can target any face-up card to negate them, so Desiree can activate at any point in the chain whenever you want. You special summon a Crystron monster from your deck, a tuner or a non-tuner, it doesn't matter. Tristaros doesn't care. And then you synchro summon, including the monster you summon from deck. You don't have to use Tristaros. There are times when you don't. You usually get a level 5 in Synchro 7, but you don't have to use Tristaros. You can summon something else and synchro something else. So for example, if you have Tristaros and a level 5, your opponent activates something, you chain Tristaros, your opponent chains a removal on your Tristaros, so a destruction effect. I don't know. I can't think of one. They chain Mirror Jade. And then they Mirror Jade banish Tristaros. You can summon another Tristaros from your deck and synchro summon with your other level 5. That's valid. Tristaros also lets you do triple synchro into Quarion Gandrax, which will come up. Quarion Gandrax is 2 tuners, which is important. I'll get to him later. Citri is the other tuner of the deck, and it has a similar effect, but this is during your opponent's main phase or battle phase whenever you want. It is not in direct response to something. You can target a non-tuner in your graveyard, summon it, but its effects are negated, doesn't matter. Then immediately synchro summon a machine synchro using only that monster and this card, and the materials are banished. That last part is relevant, but it doesn't particularly matter. So the difference here is that Citri targets anything in your graveyard, and then you have to make a machine. Citri can make Excel or any of your 7s. So you can reborn a 3 and make Excel, or you can reborn a 5 and make any of these. Citri cannot use her effect to summon Quaria and Gandrax, or Stardust, or Baron. You just can't do it. That's what Excel is here for, and I'll get into that later. That's Citri's whole effect. Tristaros has a second effect. In the graveyard, you can banish it from your graveyard, destroy a synchro monster you control, which doesn't target. And if you do, special summon 2 Crystron monsters from your deck, doesn't matter what they are, and then you're machine locked from the extra deck for the rest of this turn. So the main play is Tristaros banish itself, destroy Eloskeletus. I'll get to that again later. But Tristaros can destroy any synchro monster, so there are many times you want to summon like Dragster or Baron as a negate, activate Tristaros to summon 2 things from your deck, and then you can use Dawn Dragster or Baron to protect your Tristaros to make sure it resolves. Hi Johnson, I'm doing a lesson. I'll get back to you. I got lost. I need to clip this. Tristaros. Okay. Tristaros can destroy any synchro and it doesn't target. So you can summon... There are times when you want to summon multiple synchros. So you want to go like double Eloskeletus, and then you can activate Tristaros in Graveyard. And then if your opponent chains Mirror Jade to banish your synchro, you can destroy another thing because it doesn't target. Okay, and then Smyger and Fistfern are basically the same card. Fistfern cannot be used for Almirage if you are playing Almirage as a budget choice over Clockwork Knight. Budget by being you already have it. It's a UR. It's worse than Clockwork Knight in this deck. Smyger in the graveyard. Okay, there's also one other. There's 2 others that sometimes people play. So people sometimes play the Turtle. Turtle is more common. I don't think you need the Turtle. Some people do. All 3 of them have the same effect. You can target a face-up card you control. Sheen Synchro locks you, so it locks you out of Infinity. And then summon a Crystron Tuner from your deck. So you can destroy any face-up card you control. It can be Inclusion, it can be Temple, it can be Millennium cards. And summon a Tuner from your deck, and then you can begin Synchro summoning. This effect rarely comes up, and I've used it maybe less than 5 times. And several of those were mistakes because I was not yet familiar with the cards. Don't do this. The real effect on all 3 of them is they banish themselves from the graveyard to do something. Hello, Aurora. So Smyger and Fistfern are both level 3. Turtle is level 2. So you can reborn either of these to go into Excel, which does come up. Or you can use their actual grave effect. So Smyger banishes to search a spell or trap, which is Inclusion or Cluster. And Fistfern searches any monster. You don't need the monsters as much because you have access to them. But there will be times you need the extra name around to be cycling or something. So there are times you want to like Inclusion, get Fistfern, discard Fistfern for Solfefnir, and then use Fistfern to search what you actually wanted because you just needed the discard fodder. We play 2 different level 5s, Solfefnir and Solfador. Solfefnir is big yellow, Solfador is more blue. Both can summon themselves. Solfefnir, if it's both summoned from the hand or graveyard, and both of them activate. So Solfefnir discards a Crystron card, can be Inclusion, can be Cluster, and summon itself. Then you destroy a face-up card. You can destroy any card you control, not face-up. So you can destroy a set Mimighoul, which has come up for me. You can destroy Temple, you can destroy these. Most of the time, you want to destroy itself and summon something else from your deck, because Solfefnir on the field is just a level 5. So that's its second effect. If it's destroyed, you can summon a Crystron from your deck in defense position. So this can't be used to OTK, so like you can't crash Solfefnir into another 2000 attack guy and then get another guy in attack, because it summons your guy in defense, and he summons himself in defense. but the body is very useful. And then Sulfidor is the better one. I think it's the better one. Because if it's... So how Sulfidor summons is if it's in your hand or graveyard, target a Crystron you control, destroy it, and then summon this. And then he extra locks you into machines, so no more Baron, no more SP. And then, if it's normal or special, this is a separate effect, not tied to its own summon effect. You can Foolish up to 2 Crystrons with different names to the graveyard. And the dialogue box for this is a little funky, because you need to pick one, and then it will ask, do you want to pick a second one? Because Master Duel needs to confirm that they have different names. Tristaros, when you're summoning 2 Crystrons from the deck, the dialogue box, you have to pick them both at the same time. So you will click on one and the other, and then hit confirm or whatever it is. Because if you hit one and then confirm, Tristaros will only summon that one monster. And then you've cooked yourself. Sulfidor makes you click twice because it needs to confirm they have different names. So if you pick Tristaros, you hit yes, and then the dialogue box will pop up again without Tristaros in there because you need to pick something with a different name. And this effect is not tied to its summon, so there are many, many times you want to either tribute summon Sulfidor or summon it off Sulfefnir or Inclusion, and then later use Sulfidor to summon himself back as just a body. Very useful that they're not tied together. Inclusion has a bunch of effects, and all of them are relevant. When it's activated, you can add a Crystron card from deck to hand. This is any card, so you can get Cluster, and there are many times you want to. Don't forget that you can get Cluster through Inclusion, because Cluster is a crucial part of your end board and your grind game. The first time each Crystron monster you control would be destroyed by battle, it is not. This only protects from battle. It does not protect from destruction, because you want to be destroying your own cards. And there are many, many times I've had an okay, not many, but multiple times, more times than I would have expected, I have an Inclusion face up, which is kind of rare because you destroy it yourself to get the later effect. And my opponent wants to attack over Tristaros or Elascalatus. They attack over it, and then they just, like, wait. There's a delay. They're confused. And then they, like, continue playing. Because they didn't realize Inclusion protects them. My monster from being destroyed. And then its grave effect is you can banish this from your grave, target a Crystron monster in your graveyard, summon it. So this does target. It's not anything. And it can summon anything. So you can Reborn Elascalatus, which is a decently common play because Elascalatus has a attack debuff on your opponent, so you can go for lethal. Elascalatus is also just relatively big. So this Inclusion is very relevant. The most common play, I'll get to in a bit, is Sulfidor, dump Inclusion Tristaros, Inclusion Reborn Tristaros, Synchro Elascalatus, destroy it with Tristaros. Summon 2 guys from deck. Okay, the last main deck card is Cluster. It's Continuous Trap. It has just a random, like, protection effect. Crystron cards you control cannot be banished by your opponent's card effects. I don't know why it has this line on it, but Cluster protects your things from being banished by SP or a whole bunch of other things. Mirror Jade, so if they activate Mirror Jade, they can select your monster, but they can't banish it, which is very, very nice. Cluster everything can still be destroyed, though. And then it has a quick effect because it's a trap card. You can target one face-up card in the field. Has to be face-up. This is important. There have been a few times I've tried to target my opponent's set card in their end phase, and you can't. You have to pick a face-up card. Shuffle a Crystron. That's it. You target the card on the field. That's the cost. Shuffle a Crystron card from your grave or banishment into the deck, and then destroy the targeted card. You can only use that effective Cluster once per turn, so you only play one Cluster. You would play multiple if you could have multiple going, but you can't. So, Cluster, you target their card, and then as part of the effect, you shuffle your thing back. Normally, you want to shuffle back your 5s, but there are some times you want to, or you have to shuffle back a tuner. So there have been times I wanted to be able to make Gandrax on my opponent's turn, but my Citri, so I have one Tristaros on the field, and then something like Citri and Tristaros in the grave and banished. And so I have to use Cluster first in order to put one of my tuners back if I want to make Gandrax on their turn. So you need to watch out for where your cards are. Okay, and I did mention the turtle. The turtles, it comes up sometimes if you play it. I don't play the turtle. It has uses, though. You can banish it from your graveyard and summon a Crystron monster from your hand. That's it. It's relatively simple. It's kind of an extender, but you can usually get most of your cards out of your hand, so you don't need this effect most of the time, which is why I don't play it. Okay. Onto the Crystron Synchros. So, Eleskeletus, rather onto the 7s first. We'll come back to Gandrax. Eleskeletus is a generic level 7, no requirements. It has the 500 attack debuff for all of your opponent's monsters. So he's kind of like 3100 attack, because he can attack over 3000 attack monsters, because 3000 attack monsters drop down to 2500, and 26 is more than 25. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add a Crystron card from your grave or banishment to your hand. This doesn't target, it's an if, so it can't miss the timing, and it works on either player's turn. So you summon Eleskeletus, and then you normally add back Cluster, but you can get back a whole host of anythings, and it doesn't target. So if for some reason they get rid of your card, you can still get it back. So if you Eleskeletus and you have a Cluster in your graveyard, and they DD Crow your Cluster, you can still get the Cluster back because it adds from grave or banishment without targeting. And then if this synchro summoned card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can summon a Crystron from your grave or banished, including itself. So if this is destroyed, he can reborn himself. So if you have an Eleskeletus, it can be very difficult to kill you. Because, for example, you could go Eleskeletus, float into Sulfafnir, Sulfafnir float into Citri, and then Citri can synchro summon into something else that's hard to kill. So maybe Samurai Destroyer or something like that. And then Samurai Destroyer also floats. And so Tristaros wants to destroy Eleskeletus. Tristaros summons 2 guys from deck, usually 2 5s to make infinity. And then Eleskeletus will reborn Tristaros from banished. Okay, next is Dawn Dragster. Dawn Dragster is our other negate. His attack is equal to its level times 300, so normally 2100 when he comes out. It pierces, which never comes up. I've never seen this matter in my life. I've never seen a Dawn Dragster pierce any card, but it has that effect. So if your opponent has like an Eluber in defense position, you can attack it and pierce for a little bit. This, each time an FA spell trap is activated, you can increase its level. Doesn't matter, you don't play any FA spells. You use it only for its last effect. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a spell trap effect, a card or effect, so you can negate the effects of spell traps off the field and that are already activated. You can reduce this level by 2, and if you do, negate the activation, destroy it. So Dawn Dragster has to stay on the field and has to reduce its level, similarly to Apollo and Light and Darkness Dragon, who modify their own stats. You have to modify your own stats in order to negate and destroy. So if you remove Dawn Dragster in response to it trying to negate, it won't negate. It doesn't float, but notably it is 7 down to 5, which comes up in a second. Samurai Destroyer is your other level 7. It is kind of like an emergency tool. You can use it to kill things in battle, but that doesn't come up. Most of the time, Samurai Destroyer is a summon because your opponent is going to remove it. So if they activate Dark Hole, you can Tristaros chain Samurai Destroyer, chain Tristaros, summon Samurai Destroyer, and then Samurai Destroyer is destroyed by your opponent's Dark Hole, and Samurai Destroyer will then monster reborn a machine monster, and he can reborn any machine in your grave, as long as it can be summoned. Yes, you can get Tenpai'd. Samurai Destroyer is good against Tenpai. Very good. Also, it's good against Nibiru. You can summon... There are many times I've summoned Samurai Destroyer, activate Tristaros with Samurai Destroyer as my synchro, and if they remove the Destroyer, it at least floats into one thing, so it will get back something. Because if I try to destroy Eleskeletus and they remove Eleskeletus, I get nothing. If they remove Samurai Destroyer, I at least get something. Okay. Now I'll mention Quarion Gandrax. Quarion Gandrax is level 9, so when I first read it, I was like, okay, that's easy. 7 plus 2 equals 9, but that's not true. 2 tuners. Quarion Gandrax is 2 plus 2 plus 5. That's how you make him. And that's really the only way you're going to make him. You don't make him that often, which I think is disappointing because I think he's really cool. He's 3,000, 3,000, which is big. It's relatively big for this deck. Not many things are that big. You can target monsters your opponent controls and in the graveyard up to the materials used, which will be 3, and destroy them. Or banish them. You banish them. So you target 3 things, 3 monsters on their field and in their grave, banish them. And then if this is destroyed, you can summon any banished monster. I've seen people summon a Baron. So you can, if your opponent's Baron has been used or it's in their grave or something, you can banish their Baron. And then if Gandrax dies, you can summon their Baron, which has a fresh negate. So Gandrax is quite strong, but niche and you don't summon it that often. Don't be looking for ways to shove it in when you don't need to. Okay, Nova only exists as a rank 5 you make with Sulfafnir and Sulfidor, so 2 of those, put them on top. I have used Excel Synchron to make Nova. It was a weird situation. Its effect doesn't matter. Don't read its effect. You put Infinity on top of it, and Infinity gets bigger. Infinity has a suck, so you can target a face-up attack position monster in the field, attach it as material, and a quick effect Omni Negate. Negate the activation of any card or effect, negate and destroy it. The destroy comes up, but the suck can be any attack position monster. There are times you want to like suck your own Clockwork Knight to get it off the field so it can't be attacked. There are other times you need to clear space. So like if you have a Millennium monster, usually Golem, you can suck the Golem under Infinity to clear space to synchro summon later. Clockwork Knight only exists to link off Smiger and Thistfern. And now, if you haven't seen them, somehow, the Millennium cards are super strong in this deck. And they give you a whole bunch of bodies. So you just click Activate on all of them, and you will end up with Sengenjin and Golem on the field with Temple that you can pop later, sometimes with Sulfafnir. And 2 things in the back row. Usually the 2 Millenniums. And then you send the 2 Millenniums from your back row for Doomed Dragon. And then you overlay Sengenjin and Snake Eyes Doom Dragon for Zombie Vampire most of the time. You can also do some other things, but usually you go for Zombie Vampire to either get the ball rolling or to eat hand traps. And I have a game I want to show you where the Millenniums just eat all of my opponent's interaction, and then I can play with Crystron cards and he just dies. Some other niche things you can do with Millenniums is you can synchro 2 plus 6 into Excel Stardust, and then with Excel Stardust you can reborn your other 2. Excel Stardust is a synchro monster for Tristaros, and it's level 8 for Zombie Vampire if you need it. So if there's times you can't get to Doomed, you can get to Zombie Vampire. Golem got limited because it is the better starter through Droll in other decks. Because if you start Golem, get the Temple, Temple place random monster, plus Sengenjin from deck. So you have Golem on the field, Sengenjin and a monster in your back row. You send the 2 for Doomed Dragon, and then can link Golem plus Doomed Dragon into Moon, which gets you into Fiendsmith. You can't do that in this deck. We don't play Fiendsmith. So starting Sengenjin or Golem both require another monster, and you end up with Golem, Sengenjin, Doom Dragon, and Temple on the field. If you open multiple pieces of Millennium, it's just best to use the other piece of Millennium as your other monster. I thought, when I first started playing this deck, that I was super clever for placing Smiger or Sulfidor or Sulfafnir in the back row. But if you do that, and you have another Millennium card in your hand, the other Millennium card's just going to rot in your hand and do nothing. So place the Millennium card, get rid of it for Doom Dragon, and then use your other Crystron card like a normal Crystron card. Don't get too clever. Also in that play, So if I have like Millennium plus Smyger, so like double Millennium Smyger, you do the Millennium, place the other Millenniums. So you have Sengenjin, Golem, Doomed on the field. Normal summon Smyger, link with Golem to make SP. Or if you have a tuner, you can make Baron. So depending on what's going on, you could make Baron, and then go into Zombie Vampire. You don't need Photon Lord. I'll talk about him later, but Zombie Vampire is better because it also just eats removal. So Photon Lord protects you from other removal. So it protects you from Veiler or Ash or Nib or something like that. But Zombie Vampire almost always eats an Ash Blossom or Effect Veiler or Imperm. So it eats a piece of interaction anyways. And if it resolves, you could just get to do everything you want. Okay. Those are the cards. So always also, you just always start the Millennium things if you have them. And then you make Baron and SP, if you can. And then you do Crystron things. So that is the order of the deck. Because Baron SP will protect your Crystron plays from any interaction your opponents has. And will eat up a lot of interaction from them trying to stop you from playing. Because your opponent doesn't want to play through Baron SP to begin with. Now I have some other things to show you. So this is what I consider the core of the deck. If you don't have... So Golem gets limited on July 4th. And the last slot here was Typhon. And there's a couple other cards you can put in that last slot. So this is the core. So fill out the last 7 to 10 cards with other interaction that you have. So let me show you. So that last extra deck slot, I like Typhon there. I've seen Photon Lord played, but I think Photon Lord is actually worse than Typhon because you're only going to summon one rank 8 ever. And if you go for Photon Lord, it insulates you, but Zombie Vampire just eats the interaction anyways, so it does the same thing. And then you can link the Zombie Vampire off for SP. So it is kind of the same amount of interaction because Photon Lord, you think it protects you on your turn and your opponent's turn, but Zombie Vampire eats an Imperm or an Ash or a Veiler, and then links into SP. So it's the same result. Doom Dragon is here because I have the Millenniums here. So Crow, Veiler, Droll, Ogre, Foolos, Bestials, Nibiru, Talents, Droplets. These are all all the different interactions. The non-engine I would consider putting in right now. Depending on the format, you can put in other things. Put in what you have. So if you're short on URs, get the bundle. So put in one of each of these. And then maybe put in some crows and trolls. And you'll do fine. I've seen players play Regulus, which in theory is a good card, but it doesn't help you combo. And is only an extra end-board negate. So it doesn't actually help you play through things very much. Yes, like if you get a thing in the graveyard, Weguus, yeah, Weguus. So if you get a machine in the graveyard and you have Regulus in your hand, you can summon Regulus, and then he's another like protection, like Called By and Crossout, but you need to already have something in the graveyard, and then you need to summon it. So he can't ever negate Maxi, because you will activate him to summon. So he's fine. I wouldn't play him. You can think that this is Cope because I don't own one. You can think what you want. I don't think he's a good card in Crystron. Some players are playing Horus, and I'll show you a list in just a second. Horus is worst because it can be ashed. It doesn't have Doom Dragon, and it doesn't provide an extra body. So the extra body that Golem provides, you can then turn Zombie Vampire plus Golem at least into SP, or you can turn the Golem with a tuner into Excel Stardust into Baron. Okay, and then some other extra deck options that you have. Black Rose, in theory, is very funny, but you can't make it on your opponent's turn because it's a dragon. It's not a machine. So don't get tricked. You cannot make Black Rose Dragon on your opponent's turn, at least with Citri and Tristaros. Maybe one of the bad tuners do that. I can't even tell you. Some people play second Dragster, which is an option. Some people play Stardust because you can excel tribute itself for the Stardust and then Synchro Summon. But you have to be able to Synchro Summon. And people try to Valor the Excel Stardust on summon, so you need to have two. So you need to have two tuners. So you have to have like Golem, two tuners, in order for that to work at all, or it just does nothing. I also had one player have Vermilion Mech Dragon, or Vermilion Dragon Mech. I was playing Mermail when my opponent had this, and he reborned my Poseidra with Zombie Vampire, and then made Vermilion Dragon Mech, and then it was destroyed. He destroyed it with Tristaros and got back an Ash Blossom that he banished with Crossout. It was a very cool play, but I wouldn't play Vermilion Dragon Mech because you don't make 9s very often. So let me come back to my list. There's something I did neglect, and that is the other Excel Synchron. He's just level 5. So what you do on your opponent's turn, if you can summon Tristaros and Citri, you activate one, usually Citri, because you can activate that immediately. Summon a 5 from your graveyard, make Dragster. You also don't often have 3s in the graveyard. You do have 5s. So Citri into Dragster. Dragster negates something, become level 5. Trist can then summon a 3, or you can do it the other way, doesn't matter. Summon a 3, Synchro 5 into Excel. Excel plus Dragster. Synchro summons into Baron on your opponent's turn. Triple of the Millenniums? Yes. Maximum Golem and Sengenjen for now. On July 4th, when Golem gets limited, I think I'm going to play a second Temple. Temple is worse because opening Golem or Sengenjen is doomed Golem Sengenjen, whereas if you open Temple, you can only have Sengenjen plus doomed. You miss out on the Golem body. So Temple is the worst starter of the 3, which is why it's played at 1. And also, multiples of Temple don't do anything. If you have a second Millennium piece monster, you can at least place it in your back row with Temple to get the other one. Can you ask something? Sure, go ahead. Alright, sorry, Angel, that I have like my notes over here, so I've been neglecting YouTube. Crystron, Hulk has been banned for a long time, it's sad. I'm sorry. Alright, I'll let Zemi type it out. So, Horus, so this list got 68th in the global WCQ, which is a very good result. Very good result. He played Horus instead of Millennium Things, so it is valid. He also has Super Polys here. Your Super Poly can be anything. He played Triple Tristaros because you don't have as many ways to get into the other things. And something some people do is play Triple Sulfafnir, Double Sulfador. I like it the other way because often I find myself tribute summoning Sulfador because Sulfador makes plays by itself. Sulfafnir cannot. You need another Crystron card to do anything. Whereas if you have Tribute Fodder, so your Horus or your Millennium, you can Tribute Summon Sulfador and begin playing the game. What do you do if you draw both Bystials? Does Magnum Punt not do anything? No. So if you draw both Bystials, it's possible to get rid of the Druis Worm on your opponent's turn somehow. So if you draw both of them, if you go second and draw both Bystials, yes, Magnamut will not be able to search anything. They have to clear the Druis Worm in order to get it back, because there's no other dragons in this deck. But we can get back Doom Dragon, which does sometimes come up. Also Stardust, but that one doesn't matter. You would never put back Stardust. You can get Druis Worm out of your graveyard too. So if you've drawn the Druis Worm and you Synchro Summon with it, or you Tribute Summon... I have gone Druis Worm, Tribute Druis Worm for Sulfador, clear their thing, and Sulfador can chain block Druis Worm on the, like, negation, or you could do it the other way to protect Sulfador from Ash. But yes, Magnemite by itself, if you draw Magnemite and you already have Druis in your hand or on the field, and Doomed has not been used, you activate Magnemite 100% of the time, because your opponent sometimes will Ash it, but it doesn't do anything. It is just a big... It's only a 2500 attack DD Crow. That's all it becomes if you have the other dragon. But that's very rare to actually happen. There is a tool here. So let me reset the deck. So this is a GitHub link. I will put it in the description if I remember. So our first card will be Magna, and we will have 1 copy. Our second card will be Druis, and our third card will be Rest of Deck. My deck has 43 total cards, so my deck is 43 cards. So we can add a combo here. So my hand size will be 5, so Magna plus Druis is a 1% chance to draw both of them in 43 cards. So if we decrease the deck count to 39 and we add Max C, so the chance of drawing, I need to remove this now, Magna and Max. So we have a 2% chance to draw Magna and Max. And so then we want to increase our hand size. So if we're drawing, so in that 2% subsection, if we draw 5 cards off Maxi, it's still only a 5% chance to see Magna and Druis. So it's not something you ever worry about. It's just a very, very low percentage chance. And if it happens, like, too bad. Too bad. Okay, so this list was playing Horus. This list seems fine, but I just love the Millennium Engine so much. I love Doom Dragon. Doom Dragon solves so many problems that I would play this. Again, you can think that it's cope that I don't have Horus cards on this account, but it's not that. This has second Dragster and this guy. So this is kind of like a pseudo Sylvia. It turns all things to face-up defense to defense position. So face-up monsters go to defense position, and if it's destroyed, summon another guy. But second Dragster, because you can play second Dragster if you don't have other things in your extra deck. You keep calling it the Millennial Engine. It's very good. And then there's 2 other lists I want to show you. This one is from a Decade Meta Weekly. He's a slim 40 cards, 1 Golem, 1 Temple, because these are post-ban list. So we know that Golem is already limited in this tournament. And he has no Bestials, but is maxing out on Crow, and has only a single Imperm. So we shaved on the Imperms in exchange for more other hand traps here. And again, one Golem, because it's limited. And he plays a second Nibiru here. And this list is the exact same extra deck. And then this one got first place in a different Meta Weekly. And again, very similar. I think he was 40 cards with 1 Golem. I think that's what he played. Now, I can't remember why I had 2 Golem here. I think this was his list. But exact same extra deck. Maxing out on Imperms, no Bestials, and some other various hand traps. Ogre is quite good because Cluster is very good in the Grand Game, and hitting the Cluster is very good. So those are some other lists. Now I want to show off just a couple replays I had. Why do all these lists have 2 Veilers? For diversity, because you want to draw like different hand traps most of the time, even though Veiler, you can use as many Veilers as you want. A Veiler and Imperm can be weak depending on what's going on. It is not high impact. It like stops a single thing. So that's why they play 2 Veiler. I like Maximum Veiler, but I'm kind of like an old head that is very, very cozy drawing Imperm Veiler, even though it's like low impact. I activate Veiler, called by, hand off 2 more Veilers. Yes, that's why. But people will replace the redundant Veilers with different things. And I think I've used Effect Veiler plus Bestial to make a Synchro like one time. Okay, I need to show off a couple of replays. This one was against Fiendsmith. And my opponent goes Rex Term, Giant Rex Term with Sequence attached. So I need to out both of his things before I can kill Rex Term. He also activates Kyrie on the field, so I can't do... So I can't destroy it by battle. So my opponent ends on basically only Rex Term. I have Maxi, but he has Ash. And so here I have Golem plus 3 different Crystron cards, which is amazing. So we have to watch my opponent play his full combo. So Bestials here, at any point, go crazy. DD Crow is also really great because it's a Bestial that can target anything. So he threw away Drill Beam there, which tells me a lot about his deck. So he has Kyrie in hand, which he's going to set. And he ends like this. So this is Kyrie. And I draw redundant Millennium here. I start Golem. Because it doesn't matter here. I place the Solfafnir because I think I want it engrave, and this is before I really looked at how it plays, and it is better, usually, to just place the other Millennium. So place all the Millennium things, and then use your cards because they work from hand or grave. It doesn't matter. The Solfafnir and Sulfidor. Smyger and Thistvern, if you can usually get them in graveyard by discarding with Solfafnir, or normal summoning and link summoning. Linking SP. So you always want to go Baron SP, because Sulfidor machine locks you. So he Veilers the Stardust here, and I think in this game I am playing the Stardust. I'm not, I'm playing Photon Lord. So I was testing the Stardust, and Stardust has to be able to Synchro Summon in order to quick effect dodge. So in situations like that, where I go Excel Stardust, try to Reborn, they Veiler, it can't do anything. You can't chain into regular Stardust. So here I just have an extra piece of Millennium, so that was totally fine. So now, Doomed gets to force one of these to do something. So he Kyries. And Reborns a guy, sends Paradise. I overlay not Stardust, because Stardust is a Synchro, so I want to preserve that for Tristaros. Zombie Vamp hits Sulfidor. I make SP to clear one of these. Inclusion Reborn. Now I make Baron, because I need to clear both of them, and I don't have enough removal in the deck without SP Baron. So at this point, my opponent starts panicking. No, they don't make Chunky Fiendsmith very often. So I'm just moving my Crystron cards around. Eleskeletus. Get back Inclusion, because I have Cluster. You always want to make sure you have Cluster. Pop Eleskeletus, summon 2 from deck, summon Tristaros. That is the main combo. And then Infinity here to suck the Rex turn, because I can't kill it in battle this turn. It is Dojo's replay time. I'm showing you 3 replays. So that is how I outed that. I went through Baron, and then SP, and then Infinity. I summoned this on his turn because Baron's been used. And at this point, I have complete control of the game. I can do whatever I want. Here's Gandrax just flexing. Goodbye, Fiendsmiths. See you never. Infinity negate your last card. And he's finished. You don't need to see the rest of this game. I just kill him. And then I have 2 other games here. What my opponent does in this game is not specifically relevant. Yes, the end board is generic boss monster, generic support monster, semi-generic negate, and 2 Crystron supports. Yes. So here, I start inclusion, so I would hold the Sulfidor, but I'm inclusioning for Tristaros, because if he activates something, Tristaros can then activate. If I only had Sulfidor, or if I didn't have Sulfidor, if I had just another piece of garbage, I don't activate inclusion yet. I hold it till after I've gone through Millennium stuff. He ashes, and I let this resolve because I have the Sulfidor guaranteed, and I want to call by Maxi. So if he doesn't have Maxi, that's fine. I can call by Valor or something else, or save the called by for his combo. And if he does have Maxi, I'm pretty sure called by on calling the Maxi wins the game immediately. So here I go, Sengenjin. He has the Maxi. I saved called by for it. And then he scoops. So goodbye Maxi. Goodbye opponent. So because I had combo, I didn't need to stop the Ash Blossom, even though I could have. And then this game, my opponent goes first. So Blue Eyes, part of why Blue Eyes is strong, and people don't mention this, cries and cross out, is Blue Eyes is strong because it sets up a whole bunch of back row. So he summons the Ether, and I think, do I want to do anything? And I think, no. I don't. He sets Drill Beam. He activates Lord from hand, which would get Drill Beam anyways. So he has Ether, Drill Beam. I let him link off. I imperm this, because if he has the Sage, that goes too far, and Spirit can tag into this. I Maxi on the summon Blue Eyes from deck, so I get a single card. He decides not to make seals, and passes here. Okay, here's Temple. How do you begin? What is your first play? Most people... Is there a reason I didn't Maxi for 2? I didn't Maxi early because I wanted the guaranteed draw. Because I'm going to imperm the Spirit. And if he just passes on Ether, because I don't know if he's Blue Eyes or Fiendsmith or what he's up to yet. So if he just passes, I don't want that. I want the draw. I want more cards. When it comes to the term aggro, what does that mean in Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, I'll talk about that in a second. Right now we're Crystroning. So how do you guys start? Old me would have started with Temple. I used to start this with Temple. I start Golem here because I know he has Drill Beam. Paying 2,000 life points to get negated is so juicy that I know he's going to negate it. So I start Golem. He Maxes. I Ash. He doesn't have a response. I Golem. And he does Drill Beam. And I'm like, yes! Got him! You have to paste every time you see Temple. So now I go Temple. Place my card. Sengenjin summon. Sengenjin gets second Sengenjin. Sengenjin place himself. Make Doomed. Doom target his guy. He imperms Doom Dragon here. I don't know why he did that. Like, Doom Dragon is great because people do funny things to it. Like, I don't care. It's literally a material. It's an Xyz material. So if you use a thing on it, that's even better. Now he's Zombie Vampire. And he imperms this too. Sengenjin is the new Telephon for Telephon, yes. And then now I have... My opponent is out of interactions. I know this last card in hand is Ether. He has nothing in the grave. So now I can discard Sulfidor for Sulfafnir. and I just kill him. So how I kill him doesn't matter here, but I can play whatever I want to do. So I send Smyger and Trist. Smyger get Inclusion. Inclusion gets Citri. Normal summon. Make Eliskeletius. Eliskeletius get back Smyger. I don't have Cluster here, but I don't care because I know he's dying. Summon 2. Reborn the Trist. Summon Nova. Summon Infinity. I have yet to use Sulfador. Sulfador. Pop. Summon. Inclusion. Reborn Eliskeletius. And now I kill him. And so another trick I see, or I see people like not doing, is not being able to estimate lethal quickly. So the quickest ways to lethal, like the quickest numbers, are 27 times 3, or 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 3,000, or 25 plus 25 plus 3,000. Like those are the most common numbers to lethal. So here I have 3,000. I have almost 3,000 and almost 2,000. And then Tristaros puts these over 8,000. So these are lethal because I have 30 plus 30 plus 20 and a little more to actually get these to their proper numbers. And then Eliskeletius can take care of Blue Eyes, and these all direct as 8,000. You look at the eye symbol. Yeah, you can middle click. So now the replay's ended, but you can middle click and hit that eye, and it shows you an attack point total. But that isn't useful for monsters not on the field or for attacking through your opponent's monsters, because if I do the eye, I still need to attack through the Blue Eyes and then kill him. But yes, that eye is also useful, and you will see me click, like middle click, a lot. Okay. That's my... You should play Crystron. Do we have any questions on Crystron right now? And what is your favorite Synchro archetype? What is aggro and Master Duel? So, aggro in most other video games is either... Aggro is either when you draw people to you. So in like World of Warcraft, I feel like they have another term for it, like taunt, or like making people attack you, or like notice you. And it only works in PvE because you like have aggro, or you're drawing the aggro. I don't play many games that have this type of mechanic. So it does work in... You can kind of do it in PvP games, but it's really a PvE type mechanic where you're making the enemies attack you, and it's also like the tank role. So like you're taking the damage. And this doesn't apply in Yu-Gi-Oh! The best thing would be like bait, but that's not really, it's like a different concept. So aggro in card games, there's like macro archetypes of play styles, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't really work. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is outside of these, and people want to apply combo control aggro to Yu-Gi-Oh! And it just doesn't work most of the time. Like these, every deck does everything. Because the people fundamentally misunderstand how modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Works, is you set up a big board of as many interactions as you can to get rid of as many of your opponent's cards as you can. And I'm thinking of Mermail right now. Like, they don't set up as many interactions, but they take your opponent's cards. So the main combo looks at their hand, takes one card, shuffles it back into the deck, and makes them discard 2 other cards. So they're down 3 cards before they start playing. And that's not like the same as a bunch of negates. So back to Crystron. Your ideal end board is Tristaros, Infinity. Like, that is the main combo. Tristaros, Infinity. Also SP Baron when you can. And always Cluster. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of interaction. And Tristaros turns into Dawn Dragster. which is, it's not an additional negate because Tristaros doesn't negate. So you have 5 interactions there. And ideally, if you can, also Citri. So Citri, Trist, Baron, SP, Dragster, Infinity is a whole lot of interaction. And then your opponent can't play the game, and hopefully you get this off of just a couple cards, so then you can still have hand traps like Crow, Maxi, Valor, Ash to interact with the rest of them. Like, and you try to push through all, like you saw in the Blue Eyes game, I baited, so like I used Golem and then the rest of the Millennium cards as like drawing the aggro of the Drill Beam and the Imperms so that I could do the Crystron stuff. But aggro decks in card games are, yes, that was just masturbating. In card games, aggro is usually an archetype that in Magic, I don't remember who said it, but the philosophy of fire, where you're trading your cards for damage. So everybody like learns about card advantage really early. Card advantage like is not a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Pseudo card advantage is real in Yu-Gi-Oh! So it was explained to me that a card like Cyber Dragon, it's not going to come up because it's a rare. Cyber Dragon, if your opponent has 3 cards in hand, but they're 3 copies of Cyber Dragon, they effectively only have 1 card. And this is very real in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, this is more of what's happening than actually being down a card. So if you listen to me and pay attention to the games I've been playing and stuff, you'll say I had a redundant thing or whatever, and I was just down a card. So, like, if I draw 3 Sengenjins, the 3rd Sengenjin is redundant, because the first 2 are fine to draw, or Millennium Pieces. Let's just say Millennium Pieces as a whole. The first 2 are fine to draw. The 3rd, you're then down a card. So, like, when I was playing Blue Eyes, I was often just down cards. Because I would draw things, I would draw True Light, I would draw Blue Eyes White Dragon, or Fulos, or multiple Ethers, or like Double Maiden, and I'm just down a card because I can't use it. So an aggro deck is really like Magic the Gathering and other card game philosophy, where the cards, you're trading your cards for damage to kill your opponent, and you're hoping that you can do that enough times to kill them. And everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks, the best decks, pivot seamlessly from set up a full lock with Baron, Infinity, SP, Dragster, Cluster, plus non-engine to kill you immediately. It's like drawing 2-inch Witch or playing more than 1 God deck. Yes, exactly this. So, you can't really have an aggro deck in current Yu-Gi-Oh! And in old Yu-Gi-Oh!, just by like the nature of the game, these would be like the beatdown style decks of... So like Stun, where Stun tries to be now, is like the old aggro decks of Yu-Gi-Oh! So you like try to summon a guy or a couple guys and attack them and use your trap cards to trade for the interaction. Shouldn't be a professor. I'm the dojo. I am the dojo. You come to the dojo for the lesson. I feel like a dojo is more inviting than a school environment. And that is why I've created the dojo. Whereas control decks, so let me literally open up Magic the Gathering to compare. MD Lecture Hall. Magic Arena takes a very long time to open. I don't know why. Yu-Gi-Oh! Feels really snappy on my computer. Alright, here's Arena. So I don't play Arena very much. I'm also purely free to play, but I will show you a couple decks. And you don't need to know very, very much about Magic at all. I'm going to, like, explain in broad terms. Magic the Gathering, more like Badgic the Saddening. Yes. Okay. So, this is, despite being called full, this deck is missing a couple cards. Everything I have is missing cards. So, this is just mono red, and you are attacking with your guys and turning your guys into damage as fast as possible, and it uses cards that can deal direct damage. So, Burst Lightning just deals 2 damage to the opponent most of the time. It's versatile, but you will deal 2 damage to your opponent. And Monstrous Rage makes your guy bigger, so it gives your guy +2/+0. Really +3/+1, because it gives the roll 2, but doesn't matter. So it gives your guy, it's a spell that gives your guy power this turn. So Monstrous Rage's damage right now, this turn. It's not generating card advantage. You will not win a long game. You are trying to end the game as fast as possible, and every Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck does this. I don't know if I even have it. I don't have a control deck. I don't even think any of these are. What am I looking at here? Okay, so like this is a control deck. So it uses a bunch of removal spells to stop your opponent from playing the game. And then you will win the game. So like you catch up with cards that like destroy all creatures, so stuff like Dark Holes. And then you try to win the game way later in the game with a big threat that's hard to kill. So like this deck, one of the like kill conditions is this big dragon. So this dragon is actually a good card because it has a versatile effect. You can choose a mode between drawing 3 cards and discarding a card, or being a big dragon that bounces 2 things. So you control the game, drawing cards, removing all the creatures. The whole point of the deck is removal and saving your mana and summoning up big monsters with stronger. Yes. So you want to get an advantage. So you use cards that go up in cards. So Day of Judgment gives you a +1 by being Dark Hole. So you don't have any creatures. You play a Day of Judgment, which is Dark Hole, and you destroy all of theirs, and theirs are all gone now. A stock up is basically just draw 2 cards. And there's other things. So like this also makes your cards cheaper. This draws cards, this draws cards, this draws cards. And that's what control decks do. This is not like a super typical control deck, but it is one of them. And then there's like in between. So again, this is another monocolor deck, but it is a mid-range deck. So it has a whole bunch of removal, just fistfuls of removal. So all of these cards, so this is a confiscation. Look at your opponent's hand, discard a card. The rest of these are all removal for little creatures most of the time. They can hit other things. This is another thing that looks at your opponent's hand and takes a card. This draws a whole bunch of cards every turn. And then some demons and some other guys to like be in the middle before you finish the game. So this deck is slower than like the red deck, so it won't win as quickly, but it will be able to go longer. So it aims to make the game longer than the red deck, but not as long as something like the blue-white deck. So like this is a mid-range deck. And then I don't have any of the combo decks. Like I have no combo decks on my account. Will it show me? No, it's opening it in a new tab. But there's a combo deck called Omniscience. Where the heck is this? And Omniscience says you can play spells without paying their mana cost. So the goal of the deck is to put Omniscience in the graveyard, use a 4 mana card to put Omniscience on the battlefield for 4 mana, and then it actually uses multiple Meringue River region to bounce it, make an infinite loop of bouncing other things. You love combo decks if you haven't noticed? Well, that's the thing. Every deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all of them. They run the whole spectrum. And, like, that is what people that don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Think is wrong with Yu-Gi-Oh! What's your opinion of SV? Shadowverse? I have not played any Shadowverse. I watched Ember play a little Shadowverse, but I haven't actually looked at it at all. It looks like a different Magic. Like, that's not a bad thing. I played plenty of Magic clones. Eternal Card Game is a game I played for hundreds of hours. Hearthstone I played for many, many hours. I played Magic for countless hours. They're good games. I don't have a specific opinion of Shadowverse because I haven't tried it. I can't say. Yeah, I've seen what Ember was playing. Ember was playing a deck that, like, has a card that every time you, like, play a spell of this, like, with this ability, it gets cheaper. So it starts at, like, 15 mana or something, or 20 mana, I don't remember, and draws 5 cards. But you play a whole bunch of cards throughout the course of a game, and then it becomes free. Yes, he was playing the equivalent of Runic, yes. So aggro, control, mid-range, and combo are like macro archetypes within card games, but all of them, every single Yu-Gi-Oh deck tries to be all of them at once. And so I don't think I have it on this account, but something like Millennium Exodia, just the regular Millennium Exodia, so, like, what we call stun decks are... Magic would call, like, a prison deck. And those are really the only, like, different style of gameplay, because you need to stop your opponent from playing the game. Otherwise, you have to put up a whole bunch of, like, interactions. So, even Branded... Voiceless Voice has one card combo that ends on Servant Low Pass. What about... Yeah, so, like, Voiceless Voice, people would say, like, is a control deck. But because it's Yu-Gi-Oh!, it is not. Voiceless Voice plays the same as every other deck. It tries to set up an insurmountable board. Going second, it tries to break your board and then kill you. On turn 3, after it has exhausted all of your resources, it will just kill you. Like, Voiceless Voice is just a regular modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. It doesn't matter. They have a lot of recursion and grind game, but they don't have, like, a diverse amount of negates and threats. And so Branded also. Branded doesn't have very many negates at all. It's, what is it? Mercurier? Retribution? I think that's it for negates. Droplet is a generic card. Nothing here negates. Rindbrum does, but you rarely use Rindbrum to negate. And more often than not, when you summon it, you're using it to negate your own cards to get the bounce. But, like, Branded puts up a whole bunch of different removal interactions without negates and is another competitive deck and just has the same game plan. Put up enough interaction to stop your opponent from playing the game so that you can just kill them on the crackback. So go first, set up a huge board, make your opponent play through it, negate all of their things, and then kill them. All right, Blazing King. King does negate things on the field. I think King is a trap because you have to negate your own cards. So your timing of it is very weird, and you have to use it like before you turn the other things into other things, or you have to turn other things into other things into other things and then use King. And it being recursive is not very relevant because, again, how Yu-Gi-Oh works is that you can just kill your opponent at almost all points. And it's rare when you don't. I would not say it's a bad skill drain. There's another card. Hello, Magic Johnson. Is this Air Master Johnson on a new account, or is this a different guy? Howdy, howdy. You're not talking like Air Master Johnson. I think you're a different guy. Different person, okay. Tachyon Transmigration. No, there's like another old card. Now I can't remember. That like negates all, not skill drain. I couldn't even tell you what it is. Not Dark Ruler. Like, it is like Dark Ruler, but I don't know. Doesn't matter. Can I get a loan on UR Dust? No, I need them. I need to craft a Quem and a Gold Sark on this account so I can play Branded over here too. No, older than Unicorn. I don't know. Same, like Unicorn. I don't remember. I might be making it up because there's a lot of times I'm like, I swear this is a real card, and then it's just not. Something really funny. When the Fire Fist first came out, I read them all wrong, and I was playing them on Dueling Book with my friends because they like were just announced in OCG. Hold on. And I thought Dragon could get a spell. So I thought you could activate Tenki, summon Dragon, activate Tenki, set Tenki or Tensu. I thought it was nuts. Dragon sets a trap. And I also thought Tiger King was a quick effect. I don't know why. I just, like, read them wrong. I thought they were completely broken. You want to play Master Duel, but kind of burned out? I am never burned out on Master Duel. Okay, I need some good footage of me getting to Master 1 today with Crystron. So I will continue to answer questions. We'll continue Master Duel lectures. But I need some ranked gameplay. Shout out to anybody who knows what my profile icon is a reference to. Okay, we have combo. Love to see it. I'm going to start Foolish. I could go Inclusion, but people like to Ash Foolish. I don't know why. So I'm going to Foolish Smiger. So this is incredibly risky here. You lost 7 coin flips. That's really rough. Okay, they didn't Ash Smiger, so I get Cluster here. So I have 4 pieces of interaction if they negate inclusion. And, like, that was what was risky. Okay, he purges. So he does negate cluster or inclusion here. So he couldn't have. So he also has something else because there was another delay. Because he can't purge Foolish, and you can't purge Smiger. You ended that day with a 67% win rate. That's awesome. All right, I have Ogre and Cluster, which is really cool. Although I don't have combo next turn. He knows I have Cluster. He normals Effect Veiler. I'm going to max C here to try to turn skip him. So that Veiler also doesn't apply because I never summoned a monster. So he still has max C, I think. So he goes Spirit. Second Ash Blossom. Nope. I'm gonna let this happen. Did you not play the event or something, Sam? Alright, so I'm going to allow this. I could Ogre it, but I want to Ogre the True Light. And then cluster that. It said I had 24 hours to finish my dailies. Oh yeah, the last day is weird because it's like Japan time or something. Okay, we get a draw. We get a second draw. And I could just cluster him now. He's used that. So he has to have drill. Okay, right. He can get that, but I'm going to Ogre it so then I can Ash something else. He loses his board. I think I could have played that differently. This goes back to my deck, whether or not it destroys. Goodbye cards, and now we do have combo. Okay, he quits. Easy peasy. You lost 12 hours somewhere? I don't know, the timer is weird. 3 hours left. Oh, because, I don't know, it should be 5, I don't know. It should be 4 hours. I don't know. Japan time. Heavy smoker. Okay, we're on the draw. Will I duel in solo mode? Was that one of my missions? Yeah, I'm a heavy smoker. My voice is hoarse from, like, all the talking I'm doing. All my MD lecture. I will cut these and put them on YouTube. I'm making a shift. I never play solo mode. I only play solo mode when the new solo mode comes out. So I often just miss 40 gems a month. Because I forget. Okay, this is very good for me. I ashed this. Now he's using load to summon. Which means he's not doing many other things. Okay, going Spirit here is kind of disappointing. Spirit pass. But, odd order. Why does it buff defense, too? I don't get it. Alright, we have 2 Millenniums. Max C. So I don't know how we kill Blue Eye's ultimate. Because it summons in defense. It's not Typhon. Alright, how do we out ultimate? With a Baron. I should have done this first, because I had it, and I was going to summon Trist. It's even better. Okay, place the Millenniums. We synchro Baron first. I would normally go through Excel, but I'm under Max C, so I'm skipping that. Excel is optimal when you have... when you're not under Max C. So now here's Doomed. This has to negate. And I'm not going to negate because this floats. So I want to preserve the Baron until I can clear it another way. Which might be itself. I can... Alright, so Trist, pop this, or Sulfador, pop. I'm going to send Fist Sulfafnir here. So here, watch, you have to pick one. Do you want to pick another card? Yes. So I can Infinity. I'm now machine locked. So I'm going to activate the Baron. It's possible he's drawn into Max C here. I mean, Effect Veiler. He has not. So I am going to Baron negate that. I would make something else, like Gandrax. Alright, so now I'm just gonna go battle and pray that he's dead. Okay, no nib. Okay, his set is True Light, so he's gonna reborn a Blue Eyes. So this is a problem. Oh, oops. That was really stupid. I did not pay any attention, guys. That was really stupid. Very stupid. Alright. I think I've goofed because I didn't consider True Light here. And now I, like, have to go in. And I don't have a way to get to Cluster. So I'm gonna have to nib him on his turn. I could have also summoned Skeletus. Okay, Ash Trist is good. Solfafnir is 2 draws? To summon a Trist? I will do it. So this was a big hardcore goof because this should also be Citry because I have 5s in the graveyard. Oh, we haven't used Smiker at all. Oh, he has Purge. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I bunged this one. I'm sure I had lethal through True Light. I'm sure I could have destroyed it some way. Now we can Baron... Let's Baron Reborn a 5 here. Because Baron has been used. Alright, we can summon Gandrax. You hate how you win most of your matches going second? What do you mean? That's awesome. Take every W. Yep, I have no interaction here except Nib. Interest. You want to go first, too. I understand. Okay, wishes. So I could make Gandrax here. I'm going to make Gandrax. We both caught a Ralts. Very nice. Okay, he saw through my disguise. Time to get the Dawnstone. Time to hit level 30. Okay. Majesty. Valor. Unfortunate that Gandrax targets. 1. 2. Is it male or female? I'll have to check. Okay, tag this out. Sure thing. PC. My Ralts is... I literally don't see its gender. Hi, Elgios. I don't see a Ralts gender. What's he targeting here? Wishes? Sure. How am I? Good, good. Very good. We're winning with Crystron. We're behind in this game, but Nib will carry. They don't normally play 9s or so. Oh, they do play 9s. But it doesn't matter if Nib is Chainlink 1. I wish that these would trigger off of Nib. They do not. Yup, yup, yup. Sure, banish Blue Eyes, whatever. He is not playing. He's Dragon Locked, so he can't Photon Lord or anything. Summon Sage, yep. That's his second normal summon. He's used True Light. So Majesty, Valor, Sage. Okay. Bibiru. You play Mimighoul / Goblin Biker. Is it the same deck? Or this is 2 decks? The same deck. This is a big token. Who sounds like a bot? Elgios? I think Elgios has been here before. Okay, called by. Not awesome. I don't think you sound like a bot. Okay, inclusion. We've been having a bot problem. They've been following you around. Who do I want to call by? The Veiler or the Droll? Veiler makes Dragster and right now. Although I don't know how I kill this. Is Doomed in here still? Nope. Doomed has been used. Okay. I might have convinced you to make Crystron. It's very good. I have so few Crystrons left in deck. Yeah, I don't tag into anything useful. I need to out the token. Token is a problemo. How do I? SP. Trist Pop. I know this doesn't... Oh, also Typhon. No, shit, we Machine Lock and then can't Typhon. So it's SP. Now. Now we do this. You've never played a Synchro deck. Cardo Effecto. Also, depending on what he activates, we're in a pain. Because we SP and Dragster need to chain directly to his things. This clears token. Frick. Now he can pop Dragster. Okay, this is bad for me. I think I lose, but I played poorly into Maxi and couldn't kill him. They're playing 2 Twin Dragon. Why'd you shuffle back with Fusion for my creation? I don't know why second Twin. Oh, he let that resolve. If I Infinity... No, I need to Tristaros now. because Nova just gets popped by Majesty. Yup. Goodbye, monsters. Now I lose. But this is because I gave him a million cards. And look, he has Sage as his last card in hand. And now we're out of cards. So like I played through like all of his Max C cards. I just goofed and I did not remember. So how could I have gone? I'm sure there was a way to clear True Light before I... Because he had Ulti Spirit. Baron pop True Light. Ulti Spirit negate. No, I didn't. It wasn't True Light. It was a set card. It's a super. You can force Royal Supers. Maybe I could have gone Dragster. Going Dragster before battle phase, like I had Sulfidor. I had Sulfidor Tristaros, so I should have just gone Dragster there. Dragster cinches it. Yeah, True Light's only super. So you can just force it if you want. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah. You can't... Okay, there's no guarantee on Royals, but you can keep crafting until you get them. UL is frustrating to play against. Okay, we have an Ash Magna Ogre. That's pretty good. Yeah, Sam is a big UL fan. I want to get to Master. Okay. What does he pitch? Okay. So we Ash this, unless this does something. Nope. Uh-oh. Okay, so our Ogre has to be perfectly timed. And I think it's Anemone, because Magnemite does nothing here. Okay, get the Rhine. Okay, so this is good for me. He has nothing. Good. Worst possible combo. He gets big fish here. Now, if I ogre that, this at least stops him from getting a 10. Okay, also discard that. Very good. I ogre this. Because he's going to make a rank 4, and they normally play Grethus, at least in the ones with spells. So, like, this means he's probably not on Sekka's Light. Also, I don't know what this is doing this deck. There's the Grethus. Reptolphin. What is this guy? Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and eat my Ogre now so he doesn't, like, summon... So, like, Agarine doesn't banish my Magnemite for free. So I can't summon Druis. I think this guy just adds back if he sends it for a water. Yeah. And it can also... So it just comes back. So you can discard something to summon it. And add it back. So it's kind of like Sinister Serpent. It's like a weird Sinister Serpent. Okay, so this is a 7. Monoceros. To reborn what? Coelacanth. Make Abyss-Gaios? I'm not sure what you're doing here. You can make... Oh, no! By summoning a monster, I have enabled his combo. Because now he can send... Shadow Squad for Poseidra from deck to bounce Magnemite. Which I did not consider. And he has Triina, which can level modulate the number of waters in grave. So going Magna there was actually very wrong. But I forgot about Monoceros because I don't play it. I play Diva as my 7. Or Prima Donna. And when I played the Whale, or whatever it is, I never used Monoceros. Like, it just didn't come up. So here's Prince. Oh, this is like a fish Necrogard. That's cool. Okay. Big Croco guy. I can't imagine winning from here. I threw this game because I summoned Magnemite. Varudris is very good, but if you hand trap them, they often can't get to it. because they then need to, like, do other things, and then they have to lock themselves out of it. Alright, it took me like 5 hours on Mermail last night to get to Master 1. Let's do faster than that. Because today is June 30th. See, this is a good hand. I should not toggle off when I have Ash. So normal summon Smiger. Link into Clockwork Knight. Almirage works for specifically this purpose, but not other situations. Smiger, get inclusion. Activate inclusion. Yes, add the card. Add Sulfador. I have normal summoned, so we activate Sulfador. Pop. Summon. Double Foolish. Ogres the Sulfador. Okay, can't do anything about that. Almirage actually protects here. That's funny. So now we need a way to get to Tristaros Engrave plus... So I could send Thistfern, Sulfador, or Sulfafnir. If I do that, Sulfafnir goes to the graveyard. Thistfern will get banished for Tristaros. Tristaros goes to grave. Sulfafnir summons. Sulfafnir destroys. Sulfafnir just summons. Destroys Clockwork Knight, and then I can reborn Tristaros, but I don't have... Cluster. I know you, Belmir. I resolve Maxi and win. That's how it goes. Okay, Fafnir. Pop the clock. Inclusion. Trist. Okay, pretend at this point I didn't get ogred. Now I make Skeletus. Skeletus will add back something here. I will get back the inclusion. I have used it already, but that's fine. Now Tristaros destroys Skeletus. We summon a pair of 5s from deck. And if you only play 4, the 5th one isn't needed. We reborn Trist. This board is amazing even on a 1-card combo. Oh, in Ubel? Or are you saying this one? Okay, so I have Tristaros to turn into Dragster. Infinity as a negate. A bluff set card that they might, like, use a Lightning Storm on or something. Probably not. And then 4 hand traps. So this was solo inclusion through Ogre. This should be a cluster if I didn't get Ogred. And funny enough, I mentioned Almirage, and if this was Almirage, I protect. Speak of Yubel. I'm just gonna Valor this now. And then he scooped. Okay. I don't know what he was doing there. Okay, we win the flip. Yeah, going second Yubel sucks, and going first into Max and Fua really sucks. Which is why I have not bothered to really learn the deck. Okay, this is good. I need to use Inclusion to get... Sulfador to start comboing. So I'm not going to use Inclusion here to summon Tristaros, which I normally would do if my other cards comboed. But Inclusion is my combo. Okay, we're going to place the Smiger here because we're going to send it for Doomed. Place the Sengenjin. Sengenjin, get Sengenjin. You're halfway done with your summer project. That's great. Fulos now. And he scoops on the call die. Because he doesn't have enough interaction. Yippee! It's a small join, but it's enough. Excellent. Alright, I'm hit with a sudden wave of tired. My opponent is sending me first. So we need to summon our guys in defense. Okay, Nib is not good versus Tenpai. And if he doesn't have any... It could be Branded, but unlikely. Branded wouldn't send me first. So Sulfador sends Inclusion. Or Destroy, specifically. Double Foolish. Tristaros plus... You can send Smiger here. That's actually more plus. You end up with an extra card if you send Smiger. And then Tristaros. But you don't always send Smiger, because you have to sometimes use Smiger to get to Inclusion. So you can send it Inclusion to the graveyard, and then right here, when we El Skeletus, you grab back the cluster. I'm going to get Inclusion for follow-up. Now we Tristaros. We can't cross out Nib, so we're just Nib weak, because we play 1 in this build. Summon a pair of 5s, and again, you can play only 4 5s if you want to risk your biscuit. But I like the 5th level 5 because it's like a safety valve for messing up and playing longer games. And because you are not Tasuku, I suggest playing the 5th 5. It's general consensus to play 5 level 5s. Most people do. And some people play 3 Sulfafnir and only 2 Sulfador, but I like Sulfador better. Because you can tribute summon Sulfador, and it's a starter. Opponent isn't on 40 cards. Book of Eclipse. If you're playing a deck that combos, play at least 5 normal summons. That number can vary, but yes. The problem is you don't want too many normal summons, because if you want all of your cards to be actionable and not down on, on like pseudo cards. Okay, I'm gonna Dragster here. So he has 4 cards, so this could get engaged, which is a trouble. Well, most hand traps are not good normal summons anyways. Yep, Striker Tenpai. Also, this right here is a problem with these negates. They negate the activation, so your opponent can negate, or can use another copy. What don't we want them? It doesn't matter here. Called by, maybe? No, I don't like playing hand traps that don't work on both turns. I see. That's valid. I think it's a pretty moot point, but I see it. Alright, so random draw. So he has 2 mystery cards in hand. I Veiler this because it's too much plus. And I cross out the Called By already. So he has a quick play here. Could be Kaiman, could be Called By, could be Widow, could be Shark Cannon. Droplet. Frick. Okay, so he's hoping to draw something here. And they always do. So he's gonna get back engaged. Yep, engage for Widow. And a draw. So 2 mystery cards, Widow. Three mystery cards, window. Hello, Henry. How are you doing? Welcome to the dojo. We are getting 10-pied right now. And he found it. Nib does nothing under summoning, so we lose. Could I have played differently? Maybe if I Ash the Thrust? Because he sent me first. And started activating spells. Because then he doesn't get the engage, which gets him a ton of cards. Alright, lose one, win one. We take those. Alright, with a very good win rate, we can still hit Master 1 in 2 hours. Okay, this hand is great. And now I have to decide here if I want to lose Temple or Ghost Ogre. I mean, Ogre or Veiler. Because Maxi is worth too much. I only play one Ogre, so it's not possible to draw Redundance. He might make the decision for us. Alright, so we lose our Temple, so we don't have to make that decision. We keep both of our things, and we can just go straight into combo. Okay, he has Imperm. Alright, so we pass on Trist, 3 interactions. That's fine. So my Temple traded 1 for 1, and my Tristaros just ate a card. Clockwork Knight doesn't do anything. Tristaros is higher value than that. So we can go... I think we go Dragster. Set a field spell. All right. Okay. If he's willing to end the main phase here, I'm going to Veiler this. Alright, I'm going to Maxi. Because I get the cards. If he does things. Has Kaiman. Kaiman for Chandra, sure. Summon Chandra. and then roll. So he attacks. He summons this. How do I play my ogre? I hope he synchro summons with these two. So I let this happen. Forget that this is negated, please. Alright, I lose. Got 10-pied again. My Ash Blossom was 1 card too deep because if I Ash Kaiman, he does nothing. Also, inclusion there changes the game, because if I inclusion for Tristaros, he doesn't... I can also inclusion for Solfador as combo. My music stopped a long time ago, and I just forgot to ever turn it back on. Okay, we have several options. We can pitch Solfafnir. We can pitch Smyger for Solfafnir. Summon Solfafnir, pop itself. Summon Smyger. Let's do it the normal way. Get inclusion. I don't even care if he ashes it, because I have Solfador. Okay, so I'm getting cluster here because I have Solfador, and I have already normal summoned. Turn off that racket. What do you mean? Okay, so this foolish is Tristaros, and I suppose Thistvern, because I have cluster. Okay, imperm this. So I did play in a way weak to imperm, because I get impermed here. And I have to use Solfafnir like this. Summon, pop itself. Turn into Trist. Inclusion in the grave. Synchro Aliskella. Its position doesn't matter. Get cluster back. Tristaros. I'm going to summon 5 plus Citri, because I'm going to reborn a 5, because I haven't used Inclusion's Grave effect. So we go Citri plus 5, leaving 1 of each 5 left in the deck. Aliskeletus summons Tristaros. And then Inclusion will reborn a 5. Let's just go Solfador, so that I detach 100% of Solfador. And don't mess up. And this goes Infinity. And I am going to suck the Clockwork Knight here. Set 1 pass. You're going to rank up to Diamond 3 again? Do it! Alright, opponent's on 5 cards. We have at least 6 pieces of interaction here, so let's see how it goes. As soon as he goes main phase, I'm going to go Dawn. With either one. I don't have a 3 in Grave, so I want to go Dawn with Citri. You can peak Diamond 1. You will do it. Musket. Let's get Dawn online. Okay, now I have 2 spell trap negates. And I'm going to cluster his monster. We're going to put back Citri. Okay, we still have... There we go. Easy peasy. Because we still have this, which is a spell trap negate. Infinity is an Omni. Tristaro summons Excel, which, and then once we use Dawn, makes Baron, plus Valor, plus Magnamu. Okay, we lose the flip. And this is okay. We have 4 pieces of interaction. Huh? Huh? I've not read these guys. Add a Tellarknight spell. Let's Imperm, because we can't chain Imperm. This also is an ignition effect. So we have to also Imperm this. And then he summons a guy that's like Duo Drive. Oh my goodness, he had Called By. Okay. So he adds a Teller spell trap. But we've used a whole bunch of things. Now we have Inclusion Called By whatever off the top versus whatever he can set up. There's that thing. I think it draws cards. It searches. Okay. He's got a bunch of Armor Exceed stuff. This is Monster Reborn, not a Searcher. M7. And then what, you rank it up or just turn into something else? Pops himself, summons a guy from deck. Altair is Monster Reborn. Make Verte. This triggers again, I think. Yup. Not once per turn. Not if it's Xyz summoned. Not if it's destroyed. I thought he's locked into Tellers. Tellers can only attack. Okay, we can't beat this, but I want to see what he does. Okay, equip Deltaros here, sure. Xyz, Deltaros falls off, trigger it again. Yep, we don't win. No way. Summon Deltaros again? No, the other guy. This is all from this guy. 2 level 4s. This guy. Plus Gunnar. Why end here? Did he forget? Okay. GG, got me. Gunnar, Dweller, Utopia Future. This guy. One of each of these guys. Extra 4s. Extra 4s. Dark Ruler, evenly. He used almost everything. Hold on, what didn't he use? He just forgot this. 1, 2, 3, 4. He used everything else. GG, guy. Fun deck. Okay, we're going first. We start Millennium. And by Millennium, I mean Tree Stars. You start Trist if you have it. I'm not going to do anything more because it's all special summons. I'm going through inclusion so I can pop it next turn. So beat Dragster Cluster, which is pretty easy. I have nothing else. But again, this is a Max C game. And I could have left Trist there. But I'm just going to turn it to Dragster on his turn. Sarko. Oh. Rutrow. Tenpai again. This is the third Tenpai I've seen. Genroku, okay. Yep. I think I need more coffee. But I had extra coffee last night. Sure. Okay, so he can attack over Dragster. And then he can Kaiman out. Oof. I didn't realize you could bell this. Now I'm 100% dead. I was dead anyways. Because you Kaiman out Fadra. Fadra Reborn. Kill me. Okay, so starting Golem, I'm neg1 because I have the Temple already. So I am just going to Temple straight away because I want to keep all my cards. We summon Sengen. Search another Sengen. We could actually get another Golem here. Okay, I'm going to Doomed. No effect. Zombie. Eat a hand trap. There it is. They always imperm zombie. Tribute summon Sulfidor. Card effect. If he has something, like, too bad, I don't have anything else. Ash, yep. The only thing I could have done... No, I summoned the Golem. I could have gone start Golem, summon Golem, place Temple, place 2, Sengenjin. I need to figure this out. Hold on. Let me get my Millenniums. Engraver. So I had Golem, Sulfidor, plus 2 hand traps. So, Golem place himself, summon himself. No, I should hold the Golem. Temple, place a hand trap, place Sengenjin from deck, but then I am out of hand traps and I only make SP. Sengenjin summon, search another Sengenjin. Send Sengenjin plus hand trap for Doomed. Overlay zombie. Gets impermed. Tribute summon Sulfidor. Gets ashed. Now I can Golem, summon Golem, make SP. So I have SP plus 1 hand trap. But I think Crow Veiler is better than SP Veiler or SP Crow. It's like, where did this come from? Normal summon. Alright, I lose Sulfidor. And then we have to top deck something. Fusion here. No, you can sit on Lacrima. What is that? Load course. Don't think I can beat a drill beam with one top deck. Whatever I do. Like, place Millenniums. Sulfidors, if you do summon it. Oh, this is actually good. What Tenpai build? Just I don't know. I was not looking, sorry. Top deck Maxi, best card. Yes, so best draw. Yes. Buddy, my guy. Valor? Like, you have to have Valor here. Oopsie poopsie. Throwing. What does he have? Oh, Paradise. Paradise Mystery card. This is fine. Desiree, send this? Sure thing. You got it, boss. This last card has to be like Ash Blossom. They broke your UL board but didn't have Samurai Destroyer. That's funny. Okay, we try again. So I can either... I can summon this summon too. Yeah, this preserves the Ella Skeletus in the extra deck. What does he have? All right, we're so far. I have an hour and a half, and I've not ranked up at all. They lost the game to normal summon Tristaros? Try to drill beam immediately. But I had Sulfidor in graveyard, so I was gonna go summon Trist, Sulfidor target Trist, and if they drill beam it, then it chains, and I can still synchro summon anyways. Connection issue, please no. Alright, they gave me the coin back. Okay, this is triple Millenniums, which is Dookie Water. Maybe I should have started Golem? I don't know. Because if he ashes, I don't get to Doomed because I need the Golem. First Cankersaur in a few years. Cankers suck. Okay, I'm gonna go Baron. Now. Don't have Maxi. Maxi is not real. So, like, when I'm up on, like, sugar and gluten, I get, they're not canker sores, but very, very similar to cankers on the side of my mouth. On the side of my tongue. It, like, it's... Oh, this is zombie, too. Because he negated this. Let's go! And we have Smiger for inclusion combo. Not gonna activate. Okay, zombie will eat another interaction. Trust. Canker sores are so painful. And, like, really persistent. Just summon Sulfidor, have combo. Sweet. Dude, what's my tattoo say? Dude. What's mine say? Sweet. Where's his graveyard? Sitry's in the grave, good to note. We've used inclusion special, though. I would need a Sulfafnir pop along the way. And I can't do it. to get Citri and the guy. Wait. No, summon Trist from deck, summon a 5 and a tuner from grave. Doesn't matter. How's the grind going? Awesome. Not awesome. Still Master 4. Haven't moved. But we did have a big Crystron lesson that I think is a good YouTube video. How's the grind going? It hasn't, Sam! Timeout Sam right now. Sam's right. The grind has not been grinding. It's like win one, lose one. Okay, we only have 4 pieces of interaction here, but he only has 4 cards. Trust. I'm gonna pretend that the Millenniums ate through all this shit. Look at all the shit that the Millenniums ate through, guys. Look at his graveyard. Wishes. I will take +1. Shout out if you recognize my profile picture. Yeah, let's get your guy gone. I don't want to see him. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Adios. Vroom vroom. Let's rev it up. And cluster get poppin'. You almost got double Tenpied. I got Tenpied 3 or 4 times today. But that's the game. Our coins are even. Our games are positive. That's good. You should have just played me instead of the stun player. Anthony with a big raid party. Thank you. Hello, Anthony. How are you doing? How have... Mods, shout him out, please. If you guys don't follow Anthony, he likes to paint some funky things in the, like, UL gimmick puppet style stuff. He does, like, creepy stuff that's really cool. And, oh no, this is combo. And he likes to play gimmick puppet and UL. Those are his favorite decks right now. Okay, Ash, this is disappointing. We can't do anything. So our turn just ends here. So, Anthony, what were you doing? Painting or Master Duel or what's up? And did you figure out the gimmick puppet, FTK? His own Trist. He did some art. He wrote a gimmick puppet instruction sheet with a collage. I'll check it out sometime, yeah. So let's pray he doesn't have extenders. We Ash this and then Valor the Trist in response. I like making guides for myself. So he's got a called by or a cross out. Because he's thinking if he wants to Trist or negate the Ash. He chooses Trist. I don't know why. Called by and cross out, you chain Trist because those can chain later in the chain. So I don't know what he's got. Nothing, please. Please, your other 3 cards be nothing. Nope. Okay, so we need to pay attention to what he's used. So he's used Trist. He's used Solfafnir. There's a second Trist. Is he just going to pass like this? No, Solfafnir pop inclusion. So Solfafnir has been used. Solfafnir can double Foolish. I can't even nib him, because if I nib... He has... Oh, he has Inclusion Grave. Okay. No, it doesn't matter here. I lose this game. Fistfern, go get something. If I nib him on Synchro Summon... Oh, I don't nib him on Synchro Summon. I nib him in response to Trist. So toggle off, toggle off. Hide our Nibiru. Elasceletus, get something you back, whatever. I'll take a look at it sometime. I'm on a time crunch because I have an hour and 20 minutes before I have to go do other things, and I want to... Okay, Trist, yes, yes. Get nibbed, bozo! Okay, what does he have? He searched a monster? So he has Smiger, Cluster, Fistburn in hand, +1, and a big fat graveyard. He's normal summoned? That doesn't quite do it. Because he can just cluster pop and then I lose the game. Yup. Dodge. Impossible. He won the hand trap interaction. He had 3 pieces of Crystron. Almost evenly balanced on our games. Almost win every game we go first. Almost lose every game we go second. I never addressed you guys. Antony's Raiders. What do you guys like to play in Master Duel? Okay, I'm pretty happy to stop if he max sees me. I will give him a single... You got raided by a guy called Ice Twig? That's a funny name. So do we have Ice Twig's viewers here? Shout out if you're an Ice Twig OG. Oh, hello, Blaze. Glad to see you here. I can't summon the Trist without at least 2 specials. So I'll just get Sulfador and pass. Imperm Cluster Max Crow is gonna be enough. Trust. Uh, all is mostly well. We're grinding ladder, and we haven't moved. Why is everyone running Crystron? Because it's a good deck. It's new, it's not Snake Eyes, and it's fun. And maybe you should play Crystron. Called by. Can't stop that. I'm also tired, but I'm thinking about just increasing my coffee like a dangerous bozo. He got mated, right? Yep. Okay, this is the Imperm. Because it has 2 effects. And if he's activating it, he doesn't have Mausoleum already. Okay, he doesn't know that I have Cluster here. Wishes. Woof. Too bad, so sad. Alright, Roar Veiler. Roar now. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. He can set Majesty. But I let him summon Maiden and then pop True Light. So there goes Roar. Summon Maiden. Runic is dying. What do you mean? Runic has not been good in a long time. Yeah, barely anyone plays it. This is true. What is that guy? Oh, it's just a Slenderman. Haster's one of your viewers. Hi, Haster. Okay, Veiler Majesty. 2 cards I have to fight through. Bye-bye. Veiler Majesty, 2 mystery cards with the normal summon used. Hats off. I need to put my hair, like, up in the hat or something. Okay, we're gonna eat your blue eyes. Magna your own blue eyes? Okay. Oh, you at least get a blue eyes here. Sure. Veiler, Majesty, Mystery. Booed. So, Majesty is not turned off. Thanks, Nibiwu. Okay, hope this is not stopped. Frick. Veiler, get field spell. Turn into Spirit, turn into Blue Eyes, Reborn Maiden, get back True Light, now I die. Popping Cluster. I mean, Inclusion. Doesn't do anything either. Sure. I really liked your mushroom hat, Anthony. That was a cool hat. So Nib into top deck, but he has Drill Beam and then can load back. Is this... Get biboo-wooed. Where did this Blue Eyes come from? He played kind of crazy. Oh, Moz is in hand. Summon Blue Eyes from hand. Yeah. I don't think Wishes can activate here. He can summon Maiden, summon the other guy. He got Blue Eyes for Magnemute. Because he needed his Drill Beam to be, or his Majesty to be live. That doesn't do it. We can... we can Sulfidor summon. Doesn't matter here. If we Sulfidor summon, he Drill Beams it. And then Inclusion in the graveyard does nothing because we have no other Crystrons. Or we can go Typhon. Both of us, both choices lock us out from the other one. Frick. Okay, we've lost a majority of the games we go second. Nib Imperm. Nib Perm. Alright. Good night, Sam. What is that? he's going for some combos. Okay, Foolish 4. Start a Synchron, sure. Why does this Phantom of Yubel your Centurions from the graveyard? That's not fair. Okay, that's like a Reborn. Oh no, it's a Foolish Burial. I don't know why he activated that. Okay. We take those. I think his pieces were just not in the right place. Okay, no hand traps again. On the draw. Photon stuff. Okay, he is on all the Tachyon stuff, so I think I lose. Because Photon gets set up uninterrupted. I'm not really paying attention to what he's doing. Okay, that's a spell. He also has I'm sure he has transmigration. Galaxy Eyes Photon, sure. What was that? Typhon. So far, it's 2 interactions here. Okay, so this is a pop. Spell negate, monster negate. Where's his Tachyon? Thanks, Effect Veiler. You're a bit late. What are the problems? I need a spell. Stealing from my extra deck. This is a Spanish Overlord opening, yes. This is the covers duo. I like them quite a lot, and I just like grabbed one of their big playlists and shoved it in the Nightbot playlist. Take Doomed here. Doomed doesn't matter. It's not possible to win because I need inclusion to get something, and this just negates. I have no other outs. Win, lose, win, lose, win, lose. Really even. We cannot get out of here. I swear Crystron is better than a 50-50 deck, and I'm better than a 50-50 duelist. We're just going second again. See, where's this hand going second? Give me more of these hands. Almirage is not a good sign for him. Oh. Sure. I Ash this because I want to imperm whatever he, like, summons. And I can also imperm in response. Okay, because I don't have another monster, I'm going to go Inclusion first. Wait, what? 25 or more attack. So I could go get Sulfador, but I don't have another monster for Sengi to do stuff with. Unless I get Fist. Okay, goodbye. How does solo Sengi do it? I don't think he does. Scoop? Scoop at this? Scoop? Scoop, scoop, scoop? No. He has one set and believes in the top of his deck. So I could have held the Imperm. I could link SP. SP pass. I feel like he's advantaged right now because he gets a card. But I have an SP. Uh-huh. Yep, yep. Cool. Yep. This is everything he wants and I die. If I hadn't impermed the guy, I win. Because I impermed that. I was... Because... It's like... It was... I was thinking he was going to set Zombie Vampire when I got there, but I didn't even have the cards to get there. I am so flipping hot. Okay, this is usual combo. And it's protected. So because I have Thistvern in my hand, can I turn Thistvern somehow into a Citry on the field? I don't see how. Oh, yes. I figured it out. Thistvern just has an effect, guys. Okay, so I hope you learned. Inclusion for Sulfidor. Sulfidor Foolish Trist plus Cluster. Inclusion Reborn Trist. Synchro Summon Eloskeletus. I'm gonna give him 1 draw. Possibly 2. Nuh-uh. No Pot of Greed for you. We Ash Pot of Greed, because that's what that is. Like, if he activated Pot of Greed, do I just let it resolve? No. Ice Jade. Do we let the Ice Jade resolve? Frick, 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 frick. Now I can't Gandrax. This is also where second Dragster comes in. Okay, so Dragster is not very useful against Mermail. Oh, I can make Excel into Baron. I'm okay. Not game ruined yet. I was thinking I wanted to Gandrax him, but I think this turning into Baron is better, if I can use a Dragster. Lancia, sure. Yep. We're gonna have to Valor that, probably. Shoot. That's a problem. And that's a problem. I want to negate this, and it's impossible. And heavy infantry here. This trishes us if we pop it. I can summon Skeletus or Excel. Skeletus doesn't do very much. We could also go... Let's go Samurai Destroyer here and Valor this. So Mermail having no spell traps is a problem. Hold on. He just gets Ryo. And then I Valor this one. So he's used all of his Sea Serpents now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he's on 6 waters. So we need to somehow out Lancia. I wish this was Called By, because Called By and the first Dragoons would go crazy. Rip. Now I'm dead, because he reborns Poseidra, bounces all my things, and I die. So my interaction just not applying was frustrating. So it was basically only Infinity. Infinity Cluster versus Mermail. And I would not rely on Infinity Cluster. We do have Ash for Max. Sengi. Ulos. Place an Ash. And a Golem. Make it Doomed. No effect. Make a Zombie. We're not Link summoning unless it's SP, so here comes Zombie. What is our opponent playing? That's useless, and I can get an effect Veiler. That's funny. Free Tuna. Now Zombie Vampire shouldn't be in the EMZ. Alright, Baron SP Ash. Dark Ruler. Okay, tribute your guy, I Ash you, and you scoop. Ash Blossom, no called by. Yes! Okay, wanted for a draw. Can't stop this. And we're dead. My goodness. We are doing terrible today. What has happened? We must win. Not the rank down game. If I rank down, I'm ending stream. Okay, pretty good going second hand. Heck you, White Forest. Ash your monster in hand. Yep. Got him. No rank down for me. Stream doesn't have to end yet. Whew. doing absolutely terribly today, though. Will we ever hit Master 1? What song is this? You can do songs current to get the title. It's not Nightwish. It is the Smash Bros. Song by the Covers Duo. Alright, he ashes our Maxi. Disappoint. Requiem. We're gonna ash this. He can summon Engraver, but then needs another body. Ash Bloss. Okay, here is Engraver. Welcome back. Requiem equip, okay. 3 mystery cards. One mystery card. Rip Bozo. Cannot add from deck to hand and cannot special summon from the main deck. How do we play this? Does Temple even help, or do I go Trist, Foolish, Sulfidor? Temple. Temple does help. Because I can pop the Tristaros on the field. Look at my Tristaros. I can Doomed. Boop. I don't know who Gordo is. Is Gordo a player? Okay, we can summon this, and I'm gonna. Gordo is the spiky ball. Okay. Summon Guy for damage. Deck lockdown shuts down your own Requiem. Why do you run Wedju Temple? For the Millennium stuff. Because you need to get Temple with Golem. Alright, he needs another card. He can link Requiem, but then can't summon from the main deck. I will explain the Millennium stuff in 1 second. It's projectile you throw DDD Side Smash. Sure. That's right, bozo. Okay, so bonus, I don't want to move my camera. We'll do it on Dueling Book. Give me 1 second. Do we have a Crystron deck? Yes. Yeah, stunned himself. Okay, so any Millennium piece. So you can start with any of them. Plus monster. So it's just Sengenjin, summon, 2000 life. Sengenjin get Golem. Golem Dispel Trap. Pay 2000 life points to summon it. Get the Temple. Activate the Temple. Place anything in the hand into Spell Trap. And you place another one. Send these for Doomed. Summon Doom Dragon. Make Zombie. And then Zombie Mills 4. And you hit Crystron combo. This deck is like, this is not a full deck. It's missing some cards, but this is what you do. That's the combo with Millennium. And if you have a 2-star, so let's put this back to the extra deck. You get here. Then you Synchro Excel. Excel reborns your Trist or your Citri. And then you overlay these two for Zombie. And you can make Baron. So you would actually make Baron first. You make Baron with Trist and a 10. Then you overlay. And then you do Zombie. That's what the Millennium is here for. Okay, 3 more dubs in half an hour. Jeez Louise. What is wrong with ladder today? I'm glad I did that lesson in the first half, because the rest of the stream has been wasted. The Millennium's also super, like, play through everything. Like, I have a replay I showed on stream. It'll be in the YouTube video. Maybe I'll show it again. Where I do Millennium stuff, and I eat Drill Beam, Imperm with the Millennium cards, and then I just do Crystron stuff. Alright, I am going to stop this because I can't stop him from Maw's access. 45 card Blue Eyes? I would not play that many cards. Sure, so you can make what? Seal? Summon from grave? Odd. Is the other Blue Eyes in hand? I think he has a Blue Eyes in hand. It is super for consistency. And they chew through hand traps and destruction. Buddy doesn't understand that I get to just a foolish burial a guy now. Anything I want. He can not bounce my Samurai Destroyer if he chooses. I mean, he's going to. But he has the option to not. He might be scared to. I don't think it triggers in the extra deck. Nice. So he has Maws, I think Blue Eyes, and maybe a Valor Fuelos. Sure. I don't play Fuelos. I was, but I cut it. Because it's bad going first. And I don't want to play multiples. Dragster Pierces. Millennium is also super quick lethal. Nib. What is that? 3 guys. Okay, you get a draw here. We've already broken Nib. If I can Dragster, I've used that. I haven't used Fafnir. It's songs with an S. What is it? All right, how... Hold on, 21, 20. Alright, I don't think he can do anything. Welcome back, Angel. How have you been? Okay, some of the last 5 from deck. Hair? I have hair, but I have a hat on. Dawn Dragster Piercing! Get dunked on, Blue Eyes, finally. Alright, 2 wins. Come on, please end on a rank up. We're 50-50 in games after hours. Two games in 20 minutes, please. This is my alt account, so I will be happy if it's not Master 1. We gotta end positively. Okay, this is good, but we have no max C counter, which is not good. We have Sulfidor already, so I'm going to Inclusion for Tristaros. Perfect. Okay, 1 dub. 1 dub. 1 dub. 1 dub. Okay, lose the flip. It's okay. We will draw 5 hand traps. Oh, 10 pied. Not like this. I've lost to every 10 pie today, but not this one. Okay, this is decent. Hello, Aurora. Welcome back. You're about to watch me win the final game. Ah, frick. I have to call by Ash Blossom, so I can't Ash Blossom Maxi. Because if I don't do this, I lose the game. He should have changed Maxi here. Would have been nice. Dump Smiger. Come on, Smiggy. Get inclusion. We're inclusive here. Everyone is welcome. All types of minerals are welcome. All colors of minerals as long as you're a machine. We are xenophobic. Machines only. Okay, inclusion in the grave, check. No! Alright, we can Ash into Excel Stardust. Reborn Sulfidor. Pass on that. That's literally the best we can do. Oh, we're machine locked. That was so stupid. We're machine locked. I just said we're xenophobic. Not like this. He's gonna summon Pydra. We're gonna Veiler. He's gonna Called By. We're gonna Druis. Oh. Oh. Alright, now my Ash is stuck on the field. We'll make SP here. Activate Inclusion. Target Sulfidor. Called by... Oh. You're killing me, Smalls. Alright, what do we do if he Pydras? I think we chain SP, chain Veiler, so that we don't get our SP run over, and then he doesn't have a Fire Dragon for Chundra. But he would have summoned Chundra or Pydra last turn, so he doesn't have both. Why is SP so weak? Nice. Nice. We don't care about life points because Tenpai can super kill us. Get cracked up. Get the golem. Add Wedgie Temple to hand. Ah, 6350. Look at that. We could summon the Veiler in Synchro. That would actually be really nuts. Okay, die. Oh, no. Oh, wait. On summon. No. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Wait, what is he doing? Alright, we imperm this so we don't... He has to... Oh, and we have Druid's Form. Yeah. Okay, so if he doesn't negate SP... Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, super cool. A million times cool. No, don't attack. Oh no! I needed to summon Druid's Worm! I'm stupid! I am stupid. I needed to summon Druid's Worm before. I think I've clutched it now. I really scuffed the game, but I figured it out now. Have I normal summoned? No. Alright, so Tristaros will summon Citri 5. If he nibs me, he's just a pro. Most patient Nibiru user in the world. Okay. Go ahead, Tenpai. Beat full combo. I can't think of 2 cards that beats this now. What a roller coaster this game was. Opponent closes client. Connection failed means they've just closed their client. Or, like, unplugged their computer. That's possible, too. Infinity does his little dance. Opponent quit the game. We made him quit. We made Tenpai quit. Okay. Only Master 3. I don't know how long I have in the ranked season. I have until my midnight. So maybe I'll play a little bit later. But I need to end for now. Thanks for coming by, everyone. Let's raid somebody. Bye-bye, YouTube.